Thank you. And more. Yeah, just going back.
If you would all start to gather in the starting corral, you need to be on the side of the arch where you are facing the road. So runners stand between the big two green and white tents.
We need to clear all the participants out of the chutes, out of
the road.
If you can get behind the barricade. Runners assemble over here. From here on out, once the whistle sounds, if you're not a runner, you gotta get out of the corral, out of the chute. Make room for them.
Right.
We have a lady assigned to yell at people to get away.
We do. There's probably one.
And you do not want to cross her. I had something I wanted to say before we started. I sent it out. I'll do this quick.
You got it.
I sent it out to you so people could use Google Translate and see it. One, remember the rules. This applies to the crew, maybe even more than the runners. It's really simple. Be in the corral when the bell rings. If you're not inside the red lines when the bell rings, you're out. Start when the bell rings. You can't hang around. You can't go back to your tent. Once the bell rings, you gotta go. Some people I know, the rules haven't been as forced as strict. We're strict here, and a lot of it will be on video. So if your video breaking the rules, you're dead. Thing off, crews. When the bell rings, don't hang your run or something. Don't get disqualified. You guys, if they try to hit you, slap it down. Go around the turnarounds. There's a turn down there. There's a turnaround at night on the far end. Don't run up and touch them. Don't make eye contact. Go around it. If they videotape on that, you'll say 2 steps and get disqualified. The world is watching. It's on film. So we don't want to quit disqualifying any race. We end up having to disqualify some. It breaks my damn heart. Now, welcome to the Backyard Championship. It's the pinnacle event of the Backyard Championship. We're here to compete as brothers. And here's how it is when you compete with your brother or your sister. There's nobody you really do well, and there's nobody you beat. If any of you have competed with your brother, beat him more than anybody else. Everyone here has earned your place. It wasn't easy, but you did it. You guys, this is the best of the best. It is a proud and it's my honor and my privilege to ring the bell for you guys. I'm stand in awe of what you've done. We're all fortunate to be here this week in the backyard. We're going to find our limits and compete to see how good we can be and see if we can be the very best. And there's one last thing I want to do. 3 of the runners that earned a place to be here because of the world and its politics, they're not here. Lopez of Venezuela, Jamal of Pakistan, Ari Hanat of the Ukraine, they're here with us. And wherever the camera is, we want to give a big cheer for them. We have a distance bell hanging right there. When you run the longest you've ever run, hope 75 times we want to hear that bell ring. 75 times. We want everyone to get their personal best. First, for all the 3 people that aren't here and all the other people in the world that don't get to play in the yard, in their honor, 75 times we want to ring that bell for all the people that are here. And at this point, I want to tell you, in the U.S. we say good luck, but I like the way the Japanese say, may you run the race you prepared for. May your day be perfect.
We have just over 5 minutes left. My name is Mike Melton, good Mike of the timing crew. Bad Mike sitting in there. One of us will always be in the timing tent, so if you ever have any questions, you or your crew, please feel free to come ask us. So the way the race works is that each of you has a race bib that is a timing chip. Wear your race bib all the time. We also gave you an ankle transponder. It's a house arrest bracelet some of you are familiar with. And you are effectively under house arrest until you are done here. So when you are done and have had all the fun you can handle, please turn that chip back into us and we'll know that you're done. So here's the thing. So I just want to check and make sure, does anyone here think they're going to run faster than 25 minutes for the lap? Because if so, that's about a 6 minute per mile pace, 4 minutes per kilometer. If you're going to run faster than that, let me know, because I'll adjust the time downward. So I'm hoping you guys are all going to be pretty rational about that. The other thing is, I have a race file set up for 800 miles in 8 days. It's a week from Sunday. If you think you're going to go longer than that, let me know and I'll extend the file a few more months. So, we want to wish you all the best luck here. The way it works is you're going to run out here to the first turnaround on the road, and you're going to run right back underneath this arch. You're going to run up to the trail, you're going to come around the trail and finish here. When you finish here, you just have to cross right under the arch. You don't have to cross both timing maps. The way the night loop works is we're going to run all the way out to turn around 2.08 miles out, turn around back so you finish at night coming in this way. Either way, cross underneath the arch every time you finish. I think that's it. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The first whistle will go off in about 15 seconds. You'll know what it's like. 3 whistles, 2 whistles, 1 whistle, and then the bell.
Prochaine ligne d'arrivée. Il y a dedans.
Love that sound.
Recht. Don't get yourself disqualified.
When we get
The thin red line.
get into the crowd, if you're not running,
Is this illegal?
is there between A non-runner, move away from
¿Le llevas la sudadera? Good luck. Have fun.
After 1 minute.
No dobra, no się rozkręcimy jak to powolutku.
Cruise! Cruise! Get away! Get away! Get away out of the tents, out of the crowd. We need to From here on, let's stop. Y'all need to be away from the crowd.
Now, ready? Quick.
Is that a runner? Not supposed to be.
There you go.
No.
Nie no, teraz fajnie będzie, coś nowego. No.
Pierwsze 24 godziny to... No może tak być czas. Znaczy będzie wolno, nie? No
Hey! Go! Go! Seconds!
Vamos. Vamos, Leonides. Vamos, Leonides.
Przegram temu kurwa z matką przegram.
9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, finally. How long have I been for this many? Oh.
Hold the face for a good ride.
Now, if the crews want to put your stuff in the tent, this is the time to do it.
No spectators, so I'm stuffed.
Oh yeah.
Officially,
Crews,
if there is
we're
something
gonna
to do.
we're gonna take a quick walk to see the runners go through on this first loop. We can't do it after that. On the second loop, I'll show you where the observation platform is. If you want to walk back and see them go through on loop 1,
You don't have to. Y'all can stay and
it's
do
not mandatory.
Awesome, thanks.
If you want to see, you can. I can.
Hey, Randy.
Susan, are you coming or staying? Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, Harvey yelled at me from the trail.
Ça revient femme.
Yeah, not bad, boy.
Han kommer ut så är det så här. Det finns ingen chans att det är halvvägstiden på det. Det var precis så.
Tracy, you must have, did you call my name? Somebody did.
Hey, here you go.
When he gets back here, he's good.
I need to use the bathroom. Yep. See you.
Yep. Have fun.
Já passato, papà. Já passato.
Sur les coureurs qui montaient là quand on était encore à 30 mètres en dessous du niveau.
So are you accepting? You mean
Scoop right there. All right.
Probably. He was right next to us. Coming up. Well, you can say, arigato gozaimasu. Sono andato nei parchi, cercavo di andare quando pioveva. It's very slippery. Yeah, problem.
Or today.
Unconventional to him, are they?
Although,
They're gonna get you the passport back.
So you can help me steer them on out into this field.
Over this way. Everybody come this way.
This way. Yeah.
Everybody off, quick.
Quick, get out of the way.
Off the track. I think so.
And then keep on coming down. We need to get out in this little field out of their way.
Come on down, quick. Let's get everybody room.
Pass
Behind
me out
us.
into here.
Quick. This way.
follow it.
That's not office. Will you?
No, no!
Back
In
here.
the field! In the field.
There, Todd.
Hurry! Hurry!
Come on, quick, hurry up. Come on.
Hurry up! Hurry! Run!
Hurry!
Run!
In the field.
Field!
Yeah, there you go. Here you go. Creative things for you like this. Here we go. Come on. Go, 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 go. Get off the trail. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go, go, go. Keep going. Don't stop there. Keep going.
Come here.
Runners.
I'm on your knee.
Let's go, kids. Hey.
New Zealand.
Oh, it's so
Thank you,
close.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I live in Brisbane, so,
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
Yay! Woohoo! Yay!
De bedoeling dat we daar overdag. De rest van de ronde is er wel er al 1 punt of zo. Really nice sections where you don't have to think about where to walk and where to run. Yeah, usually the. You know what it feels like.
And you're blocking the cameras, so we'll just move everybody up.
Ben je van de hand?
Yes.
Where do you want us to go?
Up! Up!
Die staan nu toch niet in onze baan.
So we're all past the camera, then it's not an issue.
Yeah, nobody was in front of the camera.
For the benefit of all the crews, I coached high school kids for 40 years. That's not even my angry voice. And that's very much like dealing with teenagers. But I'm not in front of the camera. So I've hurt some feelings this morning, which will cost me untold sleep. I probably won't sleep for the next 4 or 5 days because of that.
We need a So we can walk the back, Les?
You can walk back now anytime you want to go. Sandra, when the next one comes through, make a U-turn.
All right, well, now you need a ticket then.
So I'm gonna head back.
You didn't tell me this.
These are yours.
I've got Alex. I'm responsible for Alex. Ben, how are you going? I do have one if your name is Eric. It says Eric Media.
Eric Media. Nice.
Media. Not Mediano.
Is there an Eric in there?
No,
No.
it's at the house. There is
It's at-
one that says
It's at the house, Karin. Because the crew, Eric's crew is here. Karin.
You got to remember this. You'll be on your own after this. Jason Begonia,
What about him?
the crew member here. You, Jason's crew.
I'm Dominic. I'm with Jerome.
Eric, Eric Media. Eric Media.
No media.
I need a phone. I have phone for weekend.
Olin.
Woo! Oh shoot, I have that chance. Alex, lose 3. Lose 3.
Okay. T'as vu le raccourci qu'on a pris là? Comment ça coupe la...
La fille qui vient de passer, c'est la Canadienne.
Ah, c'est l'autre?
Amanda.
OK.
Qui vient de passer, elle a une casquette avec le drapeau.
Elle vient d'où, hein?
Oh,
Bonne question. On va aller s'informer.
It's not Canadian.
French? French? That's French Canadian.
I know.
We're not a lot.
I'm being.
Ja. Ik dacht, ja, zal ik meer doorgieten? En dan kun je denken dat het
My daughter-in-law speaks Canadian. She's Canadian. So I teach my grandchildren Canadian. Although they can speak a little French.
It's not easy to learn French, even for French people.
I can do sword. No.
Serviette is good. Serviette, that is good.
Kom aan!
It's towel. Towel.
It says on the back.
But yeah, Yvette.
Nog
Yvette.
een rooie?
Yvette.
Where's he from?
First
Belgium.
name.
Belgium, okay. Yvette.
Yvette.
Vivier, Yvette Vivier. Nice to meet you.
That's not me, but
Ah.
it's my job. That's the name that's in this whole thing. I have to do the audio for it.
Okay.
Yeah. And the video. And so when I speak the name, I'm trying to practice.
Goeie!
Your name is?
Sandra.
Sandra.
Yeah, I'm very
Doe mijn best.
glasses white.
Nice to meet you.
Ja, die ook.
So now you have all the signs, ID.
Yeah, maybe.
Nog een rooie?
Maybe.
Maar ook een
Woo!
Mama, Fran, voor de foto. Wie hebben we nog niet? Matthias en zo? Ja.
Maury.
Hey guys!
Die zijn die met die lelijke voet. Al lang zo dat ze. Zijn er verschillende?
I ended up, I had to do this. And this. I don't know who I am anymore.
Let's go, Nick!
Zo. Nee, het is mijn Matthias komt eraan.
Matthias.
Goeie Matthias. Perfect voor de foto. Hand aan mee. Ja, gedaan. Oh, dat hebben we niet. Dat hebben we niet.
What happened?
Ja. Die mensen niet veel onder te planten. Zijn de nummer voor daar die? Nee. Dat meer dat maar in de kleine grond. Ja. Als je niet meer alleen.
Hey, Harvey! USA! Woo! Oh! Gotta watch your step everywhere. Woo!
nu nog niet zeggen. Na een dag of 2 ga ik wel een keer zeggen van... Ja, 4 kleine stappen. Die mensen die durven zoveel stappen. Kan je kijken?
Ja.
Ja, déjà. Dus hebben we goed, Jean.
Come on, Jean.
Perfect. Alleen op de foto in de bossen.
Jab. All right, they were the last. Jason was last.
I'm not very good in faces, so I wasn't totally sure, but I thought it was the teacher.
Marcus. Nice job. You look good.
Je vais faire le premier qui était un japonais.
She brought her broom and her. Very cool. Your guy eats. He likes to know what he eats, and then he likes to look back from his last one. He's not to tell you the 5 things. Last year he didn't eat more than 2, but I need to back to 2. You should maybe make the rest of
Oh. All good. What we did is still on our link. Like check this side out. I keep walking.
Stop running on that. Ryan.
Ça passe pas. À mon avis, c'est mon cas. Tiens, nous allons.
Hi.
How was it? The first loop.
Giấy bên kia.
Lấy cuộn giấy đã bệnh đi. Lấy cuộn giấy đã bệnh. Bên này có tờ giấy đó. Có tờ lấy cái tray không?
I don't know where
Yeah, people fighting over you. Like, I couldn't choose because... Don't worry, I'm just taking pictures, just like you can forget about me, like I'm not existing. Click!
The last one.
So what do you have to do? You have to change shoes, clothes after
Yes.
the first loop?
Well, a short for the long one and other shoes.
Why? Because it's becoming warmer?
Yes, the trousers is becoming warm. And the shoes, I don't know why the shoes. To have some work on his screw. He wants his screw to work.
Once you cross the finish line. The bell? The bell.
Les bras sont comment
It's a bit gnarly in some places, but most of it's like really runnable. So the only issue is you got a lot of people in front of you and overtake. But I'm not trying to go too fast, so
It's almost forcing you to slow down.
yeah. And there's enough room to overtake if you need to.
Oh, is that bad? Is that your
Ring the bell one time.
I got to ring it the first time?
The first time. For everybody that's not here. Just hit it.
That's how you do it.
We need to find some kind of a thing of the name of the site.
Yeah, across both or the first one?
Just the first one.
Yeah, I do that.
Was there any food for the steak? I don't think so. Please ask me about the water, please.
I know. Did I not say that?
I don't speak sense.
As far as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Did you want to take down the notes for that? 5131.
No, my own kids got that. You're confused. You thought I asked a question. I wasn't looking for feedback.
And then I did trout every green.
That style. That was not a
Do you want to have a bit of a go at the gator?
I wasn't, putting out material for initiated discussion.
Yeah, okay.
So I've got this one.
Tell my friend who's definitely
Ring the bell. Ring the bell, Jason.
I have to ring the bell? It's on my record.
Jason.
No.
Every time?
Y'all pay a little.
Just the first time. You got your paperwork all done on the paper?
Yeah, I pitched my points to make sure that we're in
A little worried there.
I think I got back at 40 minutes. Probably.
Mine said 6.91, but that's so I would have
Unless you're watching.
You will? I saw him go towards the bathroom. I just came in and he was wincing. He's the only person I saw that looked in pain. Last time I saw him, he rolled that way. I don't know where his tendons go.
yeah, that's really
Probably at 42 or something.
No, don't ban them because some of them are legitimate.
En stage.
Made it.
Ouais.
Yeah.
Because 3 minutes, dude. Two. Yeah, normally two in there, but just one in that one and just fill it up because it was pretty strong. That's why I didn't finish it.
You sent those photos through to Jen? I thought she would posted something.
These groups are pros. They won't start. They already are starting to assemble at the first whistles.
Right, because they're rookies.
So Naresh, if you do find my post, you can pin it to the top. Was it in there?
Oh yeah.
Pra ficar aqui?
Do you run one of those websites? Yeah, which one? Backyard Ultra Net is my. I think that's how I found out about it. Maybe you have seen also. Yeah, you can filter. Yes. So yeah, I collect all the data, fighting with the rest of the first if we don't get it in. So
30 seconds!
Yes. I was running Corona Ultras, but now.
Just go big or just go home. Who will be the one who takes the throne? Woo!
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I forget, I see people, I give them the thumbs up, and then I remember probably there's at least somebody here that in their culture I just insulted.
Ah, okay.
Ouais, nickel. C'est bien ça.
Exactly. That's a strange thing.
I'm currently the guy from Morocco, and he won with 32.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm Joseph.
Nick,
Nice to meet you. Alex. Yes, Alex. Yeah. Hi. I saw him out there running. That's cool.
yeah, it's big. Big day he got here.
Oh, is he living in Morocco at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, right. And I saw his Morocco kit. I always like their flag.
Yeah.
How do you know each other?
I know someone named who's running racing, and someone, and
Oh, wow.
he don't even speak. He speaks French, I speak English, something weird.
There's so many French speakers here.
Yeah,
though,
yeah. We found some people that help out, and we duplicate it.
Yeah. That's amazing. There's also the runner from South Africa, the South African champion. He has a crew, a girl also from the US. Is that right? Yeah. I can help you, no problem. I'm also ultra runner, and
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I might have to interview. Sorry, I'm a journalist. Yeah, so I'm writing a piece for The Guardian. At some point over the next millions of hours, I'd love to speak to you about one, just like, sorry, it's not to volunteer you for this, but I'd love to speak to a crew member about like, what does it entail?
Yeah.
And then like, you didn't know your, is it Abdirahman? Is that his name?
Abdirahman.
You've known before, but like, there seems to be like a real unity in the sport, huh? So,
cool. I'll be here.
I'll be here. I told my boss I'd have the piece to him by Wednesday, but it might be longer than that, huh? Maybe, yeah. It could be, yeah.
Could be to extend your rental car and your hotel.
Oh, I live in South Carolina, so I drove up. I'm camping right over there. I tried to get the hotel. I'm not going to pay a hotel that long. I might stay in a hotel one night though, just to get a shower and get some electricity. Plus, I went into London there. It's very nice.
Okay.
You get down there?
No, I'm in Selby the other day. If you want to talk with the runners, I don't know if Les already said something, but on my race, if media is there, I tell the guys, if you want to interview them, for sure first ask them, and only on the first day. Today they are fit and still and have a lot of adrenaline and enjoy the scenery. And from tomorrow on, they are in their tunnel.
That's good advice. I was talking, I've been emailing with Laz and with Fabia, and they were celebrating something. I've already interviewed Phil Harvey Lewis, back to a shoot, and we'll go for what's your personal author that you most proud of?
As long as it's all I want was I don't know, in 2019 still was okay, and then Corona and everything, my mind changed, I don't know, and I got very different. We all did that.
Don't forget, keep my out.
How was that feeling? It feels very good now.
We had a and during the race, I came out and I looked, okay, the guy behind second, okay, I can make a little bit slower, and now, yes,
That's awesome. I love it.
small lady nowadays. She's the best female runner, let's say non-sponsored female runner or ultra runner in the world. Non-sponsored. We have the US ladies like Kurt Water, Becky and so on. But they have their professional sponsors. She's working, I don't know what she's working, because she's every weekend she's running with minor every bloody weekend.
How did you do it?
Also, she was, you know that.
My name's Phil Gore. I'm from Western Australia. I am 37 years old, and my personal best for the Backyard Ultra is 102 yards. I was never someone who kind of looked at doing an ultra marathon. I kind of did anything from 5Ks to marathon. Wasn't really interested in doing the longer distances. I had done a few longer runs, but I hadn't really been hooked by the ultra format. And then I saw the Backyard, and it was a 6.7K run, and just go for as long as you can. And I thought, well, there's no, it's not as overwhelming to look at as signing up for 100 mile or 200 mile. All you got to look at is running that 6.7Ks. And I thought this would be a good kind of concept to see how far I can go. I can kind of stop at any time. So there's no pressure to do those really big distances. But yeah, as I started doing it and I realized how much I'm capable of, I just developed this passion for it and just wanted to see how far I could push myself. My first Backyard was at Birdie's Backyard in 2020. I didn't really have much of an idea of what I was getting myself into. I had no plan, no strategy. I just took a bunch of food and a bunch of clothes. I took a little tent set up. And yeah, didn't really know to expect, but I just found I really loved the format, as in everyone starts together at the start of each hour. So there was no winners or losers. It didn't matter how fast you did the lap. You're all together again, and you know, each lap you could run with someone different. You could run with the same person, and yeah, just kind of, it's a very social thing. You get to talk to everybody else, and I learned a lot from talking to other runners there. Like, there were a few more experienced ultra runners there that I was getting tips from, but then also a lot of brand new people that were kind of in my boat, so we could relate to each other. And yeah, I remember just having the idea of, you know, I'm pretty sure I can get to 24 hours, and yeah, let's just see how long I can hold on after that. And I ended up finishing it as the assist with 39 hours. And I was completely destroyed at the end. Like, I just broke down at the start line. And yeah, so in the moment I was just in a world of hurt, but it's something that I always look back on, and I just, you know, it was somewhere I really got to push myself. And even though I didn't win it, or technically even finish it, I still just had this tremendous feeling of accomplishment, more than any other run that I'd done previously. And so yeah, I just keep going back to them because I just like to chase that feeling, and yeah, see how far I can push myself and challenge myself. But yeah, there's a lot that I didn't like about it as well, but there's nothing that I look back on and regret. Yeah, as I said, I had no plan with it. I didn't have written down what food I was going to eat or anything like that. I just kind of made it up, and so I did kind of struggle a bit. There was a lot of periods of, you know, I wasn't getting the right energy intake. I just wasn't in the right mental space, and at the time I was just like, this sucks. I just want this race to finish. I didn't really want to quit. It was more like, I just want the race to be over. Like, for something outside of my control, but I personally, I didn't want to quit, and it just got to the point where I couldn't take another step, and I just kind of let that make the decision for me. But yeah, there's always points in the backyard that I don't like, but I never look back on it and in a negative way. It's always take away the positives from it. I definitely wasn't like this at the start, but as I kind of invested a bit more time and effort into the format, I think I really started to excel with my organization, and my planning, and just all the logistics and stuff around it. So obviously with the backyard, having that speed and that strategy while you're running, it does help, but it's not the main thing that's going to set you apart. So I just looked at all the other things outside of the running that I can control, and just try to come in with a bit more structure and a bit more planning. And I think that's where my strengths lie. In my first backyard, I didn't even know what Big's backyard was. I didn't even know that the backyard format was this thing that took place all over the world. The only thing I knew about it was this single event. They'd done it the previous year. This was the second year that they were doing it. I'd followed it the year before, and I thought, oh yeah, that's an event that I can do. So when we finished that first backyard and I'd done 39 yards, I found out later that was the fourth highest out of any Australian, which I thought was pretty cool. And I thought, oh, if there was another couple of laps there, we could have done an Australian record. And so that's when I kind of thought, okay, this is something I might be good at. And I started, looking into the backyard format a bit more and finding out about the other events around the world. I never thought I'd be competitive on the world stage until it was Birdies the following year, so 2021. I ended up getting an invite. I did 51 yards at that event, and I ended up getting an invite to Big's backyard. And at the time, that's when a lot of COVID stuff was still happening. As much as I tried to work out the planning and logistics, I just couldn't make it work to get over there. But Yeah, so pretty much for the last 2 years, it's been my focus to qualify again and to be able to make the trip over there. The attraction for me is to run against the best in the world. So I might have the world record, but that doesn't mean I'm the best. I've just been in the right race, in the right circumstances, with the right runner to be able to pull that off. So this one is, we're getting all the top runners from around the world into the one spot. So there's people that might have only done 60 or 70 yards, but they're their national champion and they haven't been tested. So it's really interesting to think about and to see how far they're going to be able to go. So yeah, with the backyard, it's a great format for people to test what their limit is, and that was always my thing going into it. I just wanted to see how far I could push myself. But ever since my second backyard, I've won every one that I've done. And as the winner, you're the one person in the event that can't find out how far you can go. So I'm really looking forward to running against all these other people and seeing if I can find that limit. And if not, well, yeah, maybe have to wait till another year or another event to wait until that person comes along that can push me that a little bit more. Straight away going into it, I knew there was going to be a quality field there. So we had the top runners from Australia and New Zealand, and we had Harvey Lewis coming over, and I knew that Harvey Lewis had done 85 before, and I knew that there were people there that were keen to go far. So it wasn't your standard backyard. It was, yeah, not like a world championships or anything, but it was more of an elite level competition. So straight away going in there and knowing that Harvey Lewis had done 85 before, my best had been 76. It kind of straight away, my mindset was, this is an event that's going to go a long time. So coming into it, I'm not kind of thinking, oh, this is just going to be 48 hours or 50, 60 hours and we'll be done. So when we're getting to those stages in the race and there's still quite a few people there, like, I'm not mentally checking out. I'm thinking, we're possibly not even halfway yet. So I think that helps a lot with the mindset. The course was a pretty good course. It wasn't a lot of elevation, but there was enough to keep it interesting, give it a bit of variety, so you're not using the same muscles all the time. There was a day course and a night course, which really helped with the mental side of it as well, because it just makes it easier to break the event down into chunks. I'm only focusing on 12 hours at a time. So 12 hours on the day course, and then we're going to switch to the night course, and it just helps break that up and again give it that variety. The day course was on the trail, was really scenic. There were cows around, a lot of people, like spectators watching, which just really helps you get around. And then at night, the course was a bit more boring. It was just a flat road, or had a little bit of elevation, but it was mainly flat, and it was just kind of an out and back. And but despite it being a boring course, I just found that easier to just be able to tune out, and I could go a bit faster so I could get more sleep in. And yeah, I think it just worked out really well. We were lucky with the weather. It did get quite cold overnight, but we never got rain. We weren't dealing with mud and things like that. And then during the day, it got a little bit warm, but there were only probably 3 or 4 hours of the day where I had to be thinking about wearing ice collars and things like that. And otherwise, outside of that, the temperatures were pretty good to run in. So yeah, I think everything just, it was a great location, a great atmosphere with the spectators and the other runners, and we had the international aspect there. My crew was really good. So my wife Gemma has crewed for me at all of my events, but at this event we also had a couple of friends who actually lived nearby. By nearby, I mean in the same state. It's still about 2 hours away. So they came over as well. So Nathan and Cassie, and they were just awesome in just helping me get through. And I think between Gemma, Nathan and Cassie, they just made a really good team, and I was very lucky to have them help me get through all those hours. So yeah, just worked out really well. So that last lap that I did, I knew at the time that it was my last lap. So Sam had started the lap with me and then just pulled out immediately after. And he'd kind of, the few laps before that, I kind of had the idea that he was going to drop out when we got to the world record anyway. And so when I went and ran that lap on my own, yeah, it was just, it's such a surreal feeling. Any sort of niggles or aches or pains that you have, you just don't even care about them anymore. I just really wanted to embrace being on that course for the last time. I didn't want to like go out there and just, you know, run a really fast lap and, you know, finish in record time. I just wanted to be out there, embrace the time that I'm there, just kind of soak in the surroundings like for one last time. And yeah, it was just crossing that finish line, and everyone was there cheering me on, had the music playing. I was getting high fives as I ran into the finish line. It was just, yeah, such a surreal experience, and one that I'll always remember. At the start of a backyard, like say the first 24 hours, it's really social. It's great getting to know everybody. You know, it's a new course, a new location, and I'm just really enjoying just being there and being in the moment, and just yeah, just talking with everyone. And it's all fun and games, and then you kind of, you know, it starts to get a bit more serious, and you got to, you know, your legs are starting to hurt, and you do kind of, you gradually start to get that pain come in, but I think it kind of just reaches a point where it plateaus, and then you get the monotony and the boredom kind of coming in, and you just start to project too far ahead, and you think, how long is it going to keep going for? And so that middle bit, it's just that monotonous grind that you have to get through before you get to the exciting bit again. So once you start getting to the end and you get to, like, say, the last 4 or 5 people, it starts to become a different game, and a bit more strategy comes into it, and everyone's kind of looking around at what the other runners are doing. I just try to focus on my own thing. But yeah, it does get exciting when you get to the later stages. For me now, I'm probably looking at, you know, over 100 hours when I get to that stage. But it starts to get exciting again, because you are going into that new territory, into that new area that you haven't been before. You've got, yeah, other runners with you who might also be in their new territory as well, and you kind of you have that camaraderie of going through the struggle together. And yeah, and just finding out how far you can actually push that is really exciting. For me, the focus is on just doing a lot of Ks. So in my peak weeks, I'll do about 170 to 180 Ks, and in my quieter weeks, it'll be anywhere between, say, 80 and 120. And I kind of just, it varies each week. So I do a gradual build, kind of working on that, you know, add 10% each week, maybe a little bit more. So it's a lot of Ks, but also focusing on the mental aspects of it as well. So in a backyard, there's going to be plenty of times where you just don't want to go to that start line and run another lap. And it's really hard to get from your chair to that start line. And the same thing when you're doing your training. Sometimes you're at home and you've got something on the plan, and you just don't want to do it for whatever reason. You might not be feeling well, or you know, it might be really cold outside, or raining, or it's really hot, or you've got a lot on, and you don't think you're going to have the time. Just whatever it is, there might be a reason you don't want to go out there and do it. And I think that these runs are the most important. Just make sure you get out there and get it done. You might not do exactly what was on your plan, but the main thing is you've got out the door, you've got your shoes on, and you've started running. So it's that kind of mental thing. Just running in any conditions, in you know, in any mood or enthusiasm levels, because you're going to get that in the backyard. You're going to go through all different sorts of weathers. Your mood's going to go up and down. Your enthusiasm is going to be high, and it's going to be low. So I think, yeah, just getting your mind used to doing that. And yeah, it just gets to the point where you just, yeah, you don't take any excuses. You just, you know, if that's what's on your training plan, that's what you're going to do. You're going to go out there and do it. Same thing if you're in a backyard, there's no excuse. You finish that lap in time, you got to get to the start line for the next one. I'm very meticulous with my planning. So my plan for bigs has evolved over pretty much every backyard I've done. So the first backyard I went into had no plan at all. The next one I went into, I had a bit more of a structure. I had rough ideas of what times I wanted to run, rough ideas of when I was going to eat, but not exactly what I was going to eat. And then, yeah, as it progressed, each time I kind of added a little bit or changed the structure of the plan and things like this. And it's got to the point now where the last two backyards at least, I haven't really had to change too much, because I think I've got it to that point where it works really well. And I'm not super rigid in it that, you know, if I don't hit that required pace or I don't eat that exact item of food, then, you know, I'm gonna stuff it all up. I am flexible with it, but that gives me that framework to work with. And but what I found is that framework has been pretty accurate, and I haven't really had to stray too far from it. But I do have backup plans of what to do if I do reach that point where I can't maintain that pace or I can't eat that food or things like that. The satellite champs last year, I got a bit delirious, and there was probably about 10 hours there where I wasn't thinking straight. But all I knew I had to do was I just had to get to that start line and then run until I get to the finish line. I didn't hallucinate, but I did kind of wonder at a few different stages, like, where am I? Like, I didn't know, for some reason I thought that this was the third course that we'd been on, like, throughout the event. I thought there'd been like 3 different courses and we'd kind of moved each day or something like that. Yeah, I have had in other events, like, auditory hallucinations, like I hear things in my head or I hear music even though there's no music being played anywhere, but I never get those visual things like seeing things or getting freaked out by anything like that. And I think that a lot of that comes down to like maintaining my nutrition, you know, making sure I've got the right salt balances, and also my sleep. I think that's a bit of a strength of mine. I'm able to get that sleep in, so I am sleep deprived, but maybe not to the same extent that other people might be. This is something I've been looking forward to for the past 2 years. So it's taken, yeah, a lot of. I'm probably in a better position now than I was 2 years ago anyway, so it's probably a better year for me to come. I'm really excited, as I said, to, you know, be able to push my limits and be up there with the best in the world, and maybe I can find my limit this time. Maybe I'll win it and be left wondering. But I'm just excited about just being able to represent my country on the world stage, being able to meet all these other people from other countries. I've already got the chance to chat with a few of them through Instagram or Facebook or whatever it is. So to get to meet them in person, and just, yeah, I love talking about running. So, you know, when I'm out running the laps with these guys, you know, that who are just as passionate about running as I am, there's a lot of conversations that we're going to be able to have. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the whole experience of it. Just being in a different country, yeah, being a world championship level event, which, yeah, I haven't done before in my running career, so that's all new to me. So yeah, it's just the whole everything around it. It's not just about going there to run and test myself. It's everything around it that I'm looking forward to as well. When I first started, and the world record was 75, I put that on my plan as, you know, a point that I didn't think I'd ever reach. And now here I am, just a few years later, having done more than a day beyond that. When I got to 102 hours for the world record, I still felt that I could keep running. I felt like I do kind of reach a point in that third or fourth day where everything just kind of felt like it was at an equilibrium, and I just felt like I could keep going continuously unless there was like a medical emergency or a broken bone or a physical injury like that. So yeah, you just need to find the two right people to be able to keep going. And yeah, I just wonder, I always wonder, can it reach a point where if you get everything balanced and maintained, that it can just go indefinitely. Like, I just wonder, will it reach a point where they say, no, we have to put a cap on this because, you know, we can't be out here for longer than a month or whatever it is. I think even now, I say a month, I think that's pretty extreme. But yeah, you just never know. Like the world record is getting broken, what, like twice a year, every year. So yeah, it's got to reach a point sometime. But I don't know where that is. I don't want to put a number on it.
it's gonna mess it up at some point. Ah non, ça j'en suis fier parce que putain, quand j'ai pris une gamelle.
Because you're only what, like this is your, not quite close to year.
Broken my nose. Celle-là, allez, on a des zones juste pour voir. Tu voulais quoi? J'essaie de voir, quand je peux compléter mon temps. He doesn't have a black or he keeps that running. on right on the corner.
On the corner?
One that has the shirts hanging up. Like the, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, I was saying earlier, and I got such a bad habit. Come back later?
You did it! No, no. I'm gonna stop. I didn't see it. We got some two holes. I'm a little bit of it. Some people that own property. I don't know about this.
over there, so I think that's some other different strike there. This big mountain I saw already. It was already the last night there, this car. I saw.
Is it gone?
No, this photo I just made now. I don't know who owns that mobile.
Talk about
Yes, and there's agave in there, but I left the bottle in case you want.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
keep going. Go to the end, right?
Is it good to be that many people here?
It's fun, yeah. I was thinking it might be a little crowded on the trails, but it's not. It's wonderful. So yeah, it's fun to hear all the different accents and talk to all these different people. So yeah, very cool. Yeah. Having a little cream of wheat. Thank you. Oh, nice. Well taken care of. We're hosting our own backyard in Cincinnati today.
Oh, you're organizing it?
Yes, but I got the date mixed up with this one, so it's the same day. So my business partner's in the middle of hosting it, and I just remembered something I have to tell her.
So you're a runner and an organizer.
Yes, yes.
The backyard never stops.
I know, right? The backyard's so much fun. Everybody should try it. Oh yeah, thank
and
you.
then find one of those big signs we got, and make a big sign that says "Crew Fighter." A few of them haven't, but there's plenty of time to recover.
Seconds.
When it gets close. Someone will come and speak to me with 5 seconds to go. Now today is not so bad, but by tomorrow, my brain just completely shuts off of what I'm doing. For them, these minutes go much faster than they do watching the clock.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's why I'm standing.
The bathrooms are considered on course, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. No sense in being GQ. No sense in being GQ because you had to wipe your ass.
Couple of days, 15 seconds to go. No one will be in the corral yet.
outside with a butane bottle.
Yeah.
That goes inside. So it's gonna go far.
We've got a jet boy open.
It's all bad?
Well, I'm good for lunchtime, I think. So.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy time!
42 minutes. Yeah, 42-minute lap. I've never done that.
And that's how that long they have to start until the bell
I'm watching
stops.
instant replay.
Right.
Oh, wow, there's something interesting. Someone did the old
Cross.
at the start.
What?
Oh. I wonder if I bet you
Testicles, spectacles, wallet,
I
and
bet he
watch.
does it every lap.
I bet he does it. We found the regular sheets of paper. Where is the duct tape? We had it yesterday. It's moved around here and there.
boxes right there outside on the deck. Should be on top. Oh, that's your duct there. I have a roll here. It's good stuff.
Mine is kind of cheap duct tape, but it's perfect for what we're using for because it tears easily.
Your laptop is connected to our box. It's fast. It's good.
Good. It was slowing down our mics because he's watching videos.
Right. You're flying now. You should be good.
I took down a naked woman video off of Big Dot's site.
Why would you do that? Last night? Dang it. Why would you do that? Dang it. I put that up, Laz. While we worked and get it up there. Right. To get 2 in the morning, I figured nobody's going to be up. Gary?
I could use the big one for you. We can hire it. Oh, it's got a leg on it.
We gotta find duct tape though.
That's what I saw him.
I'll use mics. I bet our roll of duct tape is up there at the house.
Here, you want to borrow mine? Jeremy.
Yes.
The last one.
Yes.
I got it. It's good stuff. Just bring it back.
I'll use it.
Jeremy.
He's gone back to get something.
Okay.
Gary?
Yes.
Every time you post on your personal profile, you have so many spammers as your friend, and they're constantly posting the fake news. The hour
So I need to post only the big dog.
Big dog. So we'll have control over removing those stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, delete those comments from
tape.
your personal page when you get a chance. Because there are like 3 comments on your personal page for hour 2 that need to be taken down. Horse coming through.
So I just need to delete.
Delete and ban those people. They are not your friends.
I don't even know where he's going to do it. Looks like Alex is
We're at 350.
That was rebar. Yeah, maybe he thought Gary was offering $100 for the fastest lap on lap 3.
You have the ball warmer?
Exactly. It's right here, baby.
Cold?
Oh yeah.
I get
It's not super. It's not. It doesn't.
How do I know your name?
Du coup, ça, c'est bon, t'as le choix.
Oui.
Bon.
T'as pas fait de drone? T'as pas fait de drone?
My name's Jennifer Russo. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm 57 years old, and my personal best is 74 yards at Capitol Backyard. Back during COVID in 2020, there wasn't much going on, and I had seen them before. I remember watching the Bigs race and thinking that just looks awful, right? But then in 2020, there's one in Ohio, and nothing else was happening, so I thought I'd give it a try, and I thought I'd hate it because it just sounded awful. But I thought, why not? There's nothing else going on, so I kind of discovered the backyards by accident, and I was the assist. But it's a long story. I stopped because I had to go back. I didn't expect it to go that long, and I had to get home and get the kids off to school, and I wasn't prepared, and it plus I was dying. But the next day, I thought I felt great. That's the thing with backyards; you kind of get sucked in. I think one of the really cool things is that, there's all levels of runners out there, right? I'm not a fast runner, but yet you don't have to be fast to do okay in a backyard. And so that's one of the cool things. And I think also the camaraderie, like, when you go to a mountain race or whatever, all the really fast elite runners just, take off, right? They're gone and you never see them again. And the neat thing with the backyard is that, runners of all different levels can kind of hang out together and chat and, that kind of thing. 2 years ago, I ran a lap with Courtney DeWalter, which, never in my wildest dreams could I ever keep up with her on any sort of race. But, in a backyard, we're all just doing kind of the same, slow run. So that was really cool. I think honestly, the sleep deprivation is what, I think I think a couple of the last ones I've done, that's what, ultimately just kind of tears you down. There's other things like nutrition's really tough, but I think ultimately like the sleep, it's hard to keep your focus, after several days. So I think the sleep thing is pretty hard. I was lucky enough to go a couple years ago, and it really wasn't, when I did my first backyard, that really wasn't even on my radar. I just was kind of trying to do it and see, what it was all about. But then after doing one, it just, I thought that would be something really cool to be a part of. So I guess really probably back in 21, maybe, I thought that would be really cool. And so I was lucky enough to do it in 22. I was able to qualify. So I ran in 22 and then 23 with Team USA, and then this year. It's very cool. In fact, I loved last year's, like the whole Team USA was such a neat format. Just, only 15 of us and just the camaraderie. And it was really special. I'll never compete in the Olympics or anything, like crazy like that. So, and I know it's such a small kind of niche format, but I thought it was really cool to have the whole team concept and be part of Team USA. So that was really neat. Yeah. In the beginning, like the first one I did a lot of, yards, which takes forever, right? If you try and go out and do a yard and then take a break and then go again. So that's not a very realistic way to train. So in the beginning, I did do some of that. I think anymore, it's doing things that are difficult. Like I did a couple of runs lately where I'd get up at midnight, and there's a place that I like to run that's 2 hours away, so I got up at midnight and started running at 2 a.m. and, just did, so some of those middle of the night runs. I think those are really helpful, just teaching you to run on no sleep and, jump out of a nice cozy bed in the middle of the night, right? Kind of mimicking when you take your little nap at Biggs and having to jump up and get back out there. So I think that's helpful. The trying to practice little 5-minute naps. Everybody's got their own strategy, but I think the more prepared you are, the better. But, and there's so many different levels of strategy. You can have just a broad, I'm going to take the lap slow and easy, but I think it's helpful, just to have kind of a plan of what you want to do and when you want to come in. Every runner's different. Some like to run their laps a lot faster and have more time, and others like to just barely get in with any time and just conserve as much energy as possible. So the strategies, I think, are really different for different people. But I think, yeah, you need some sort of a plan going into it for sure. And nutrition and all those good things. I'm excited about it, but it's also kind of terrifying. You know, it's just that, wow, the list of runners this year is incredible. And like, there's not anybody on there that I couldn't see winning. You know what I mean? So it's really, I'm excited to meet all these people from all over the world. I think that's going to be amazing. And to get the opportunity to run with them, but it's also intimidating as heck.
It was all done.
but I'm excited. I'm very excited to be there, and I feel very lucky to be able to, make the team. This format of race does break down so many of those barriers, because men just naturally are faster than women. It's been really cool to see some of the greats like Courtney and Maggie and some of the things that they've done in the past. I'm surprised we don't have more women coming to bigs this year. I think there's only 4, which is kind of surprising to me. So one of the things I would love to see is to get more women involved in the sport.
Much more comfortable in
but
the
yeah,
woods.
it's I certainly feel a little bit of pressure to do well, but at the same time, I'd love to see more women involved. We actually, my business partner and I host our own backyard here in Ohio, and one of our goals is to try and just grow the sport and grow also the number of women that'll give it a try. A lot of people say, some of these records are crazy, right? And a lot of people say the bigs course is harder, but I don't know. I haven't seen any of the other courses, and the bigs course does have a lot of rocks and roots. It's fairly technical, not super hilly, but not that hard. So I don't know. Like, I think well over 100 hours or 100 yards, but how much further? I don't know. 125. There you go. I'll put my prediction out there.
I'm Nicki Male, 28-year-old. I was born and raised in Malta, and that is the country that I qualified for this backyard ultra. However, around like 2 years ago, I moved away from Malta, and I now live in Salzburg in Austria. So yeah, even though I'm kind of representing Malta, I'm not living there at the moment. But I mean, for me, of course, that is Malta still the home country and the place I grew up in. So yeah, it's very like humbling and an honor to be representing Malta at this backyard ultra. I started running, I think around 7 years ago now. And I started pretty much like most people do, I think, road running and doing the short distances, 5K, 10Ks. But they never really struck me as like something interesting or something I really wanted to pursue. The speed wasn't the thing for me, right? So I always was looking for something to challenge myself a bit more. And what the organizer of this backyard ultra around 5 years ago now had organized like a smaller version of a backyard ultra, so it was run over every half hour, and I think the lap was a bit shorter, around 4K if I remember correctly. And nothing, I had signed up just to test myself and see what I can go. Back then I had only finished my first 50K, and my first backyard ultra I managed to run slightly more than 100K. And then it snowballed from there, you know. Every year, it is Malta used to be organized in December, so it's kind of like the off season, so it's like a good race to like end your season on. So, you know, year after year, you compete, you do it once, twice, 3 times, and yeah, after, I think this one will be my 5th backyard ultra format now. So yeah, it's a different race to all the other mountain ultras, so it's a good opportunity to test yourself both mentally and physically. It's actually really different not knowing where the finish line is. Like if you go for any race, you might say, I don't know, I'll take 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours. And maybe if you have a good race, you're 3 hours late or whatever it is. If you go in and you don't know if it's going to be 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, you know, and in my opinion, if you really want to win, you should be going there with no deadline, you know, literally with no deadline. If you want to plan food, plan for double the amount of time you expect to be there. So it is, in my opinion, something like no other, because the challenge is what draws you to it, because it's so different, both mentally and physically, in my opinion. With this format, you're basically have to run flat, and especially in the race, you're constantly running in you know, the same loop. So on the training, I try to train as boring as possible. So I try to take the most boring route, the one with the least exciting things, no podcasts, no music, alone, just to train to kind of be bored. So for me, the hardest part is always those long runs alone in the most boring places, because and then it makes the race a bit easier in a way. Like you're ready for the boredom in a way. I think for me, the important thing is taking the last 5 to 10 minutes of the loop you're running to prepare for what to do in between the loops. Because you'll have anywhere between 5 and 15, maybe 20 minutes if you're really fast, which is not a lot of time. Okay, in the first few loops, it feels like, oh, I have so much time to do everything. But when you're, for example, in the first night or even further nights, it starts feeling very short. So I think if you can go in and you can know that, okay, it's getting dark, I need a headlamp, I need maybe more clothing, I need to eat, I need to do that. Having the plan for those 10 minutes for you to really make the most of those 10 minutes, I think is the most crucial part of the back end, because if you fumble those 10 minutes once, twice, 3 times, then you're really on the back foot and you need to recover. I'm quite a level-headed person in the sense of like I try as much as possible to not go to the like low lows and the high highs. I just always try to keep, you know, just one more lap. And of course you would have trained with the food you're familiar with and with the clothing you're familiar with. So yeah, I'm not a person who needs, I don't know, some fancy recovery devices in between loops or stuff like that. I think like a nice chair, not too comfortable, but good enough to like have a bit of rest. And I think also the stuff needs to be properly packed and in the places that you know that it's there. I think if I have the stuff I need around me, then I'm good to go, kind of. Already ultra running is a bit unique in that you run the same courses with the pros and the people in the front, right? With the backyard ultra, it's even more than that, right? Because maybe even if you run the biggest races in the world and you are running the same course, it's true. I mean, the elites just run away from you, right? In this case, it's different, that you're running every loop, starting with the best of the best, and the goal is for them is also not to run away from you. So yeah, I think for me it's a bit of it's an honor, maybe even a bit overwhelming, to be the person to represent such a small country with not a big history of trail or ultra running in such a like surrounded by such strong people from all over the world, right? From every corner of the world. So yeah, for me it's an honor. That's all I can say. The format got started really kicking off like what, 5-ish years ago, maybe really started getting into mainstream media. And I remember a case where there was a Swedish runner, I'm sorry, I forgot the name, where he had to leave because he had to catch his flight. So already there we were seeing that people were pushing more than they were expecting. And that was what, maybe around the 30 hour mark, if I remember correctly. I'm not exactly sure. And now we're past 100. I mean, I think we still have a few more to go, but it would be hard for me to say if that number is 110 or 120. Definitely, I expect the record to be broken in these World Championships. And I think every 3-year cycle, we'll see it go up by a few hours, maybe for the next like 6 years, and then it will maybe start stabilizing off. The 4 backyard ultras that I did, I don't want to say, of course, in their entirety, but each one was a bit different, because the first one was basically new for Malta, for the country. And I ran it with 2 of my very good long distance trail running friends, Claudio and Patrick. And we literally, everyone went into it with like, I don't know what will happen. Will we reach the night? Will we not reach the night? We just didn't know. So I think that was one of the first ones that I remember, like one of the, like we even have photos on the, like where we stopped in the middle of the course to like for people to take photos, which again, since this was the first time we were doing this format, obviously you're not used to stopping during a race for people to take photos. But I mean, the 3 of us also ran each edition of this in Malta. So for us now, it's more like a tradition to go to the race and meet all the people who you only or mostly meet at backyard ultras, right? So I remember the first one, and I also see where we are now. And there's that small group of people who basically turn out every year for it. And yeah, I think that's what I remember the most of the backyard ultra, coupled with the spirit of camaraderie. I think it's also one of the probably few events where, although everybody wants to do a good distance or like run for long, you know that for you to run long, you need someone to go with you. So that spirit of camaraderie of, okay, just go one more loop. Let's go one more loop together. It's something which I don't think you see in, definitely not any other races. And I don't think in many other sports either, where competitors are pushing others to push them. In reality, this time around, I think it would be good, or it would be interesting for me as a personal challenge to try and hit the 48-hour mark. I mean, I qualified with 27 hours, right? So the jump from 27 to 48 is already big. So I can't, like, I think if unlike the races in Malta, I know that I don't have the endurance or the capability to do 100 plus, right? So I've like changed to focus a bit on 48 hours. And I think if I managed to go for 2 full days, that would be a satisfying result for me. So I still don't want to set myself limits, because, hey, maybe I do 50 or 51 or 55. But I think if I manage to get to the 48-hour mark or somewhere there, I think I should be happy or pleased with that.
Work, and I said, I'm probably the most famous Cascadia.
same use, but the ordinary jump car.
Je fasse un barbu marrant là, qui est en face de moi. Ouais, il court en tilt aussi. Ouais, je fais 3 plans d'élite que je vais le faire en interview. ask you a couple of questions? How is it to run with so many people in these loops? Is it new for you to do a backyard with 75 people?
Yeah. No, the same. So more the same.
And how do you feel after 3 loops?
I feel normal.
Good. How are you feeling? How are the first impressions?
Oh, it's great. It's great. The trail's beautiful. The weather's beautiful. Everything's just really great. The atmosphere's fine. The loops are sort of starting to warm up.
What about running with so many people? You know, it's a very narrow path down there in the woods. So is it more difficult than usual?
It's if you get stuck in sort of 50-minute train, then you need to run at sort of that tempo. But as long as you keep ahead of that, then you have plenty of trails. It's fine.
Okay, it's not difficult to find
No, it's
your
not
pace.
difficult. No, as long as you sort of is ahead of the pack, big pack, then it's good.
Okay. What is the objective for you in this race?
Go further than I ever done before. That's the main thing. So I want to go past 57. I want to find my limit. I would like to run the furthest than Sweden has done. So that would be beating Johan Stennes 68. And then of course I nurture that small hope of being the last one standing.
Can you remind your name and your country for our viewers? And you
So-
have a message for them.
So I'm Tobbe Ullebring. I'm from Sweden. A message. Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us, and I hope this will take a really, really long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Jordy.
How's it going back here?
Very calm. Not much is going on.
You take a good inventory?
Yeah, I'm still working on it. There's some mystery bottles. You have frozen stuff. Is that like soup?
It's soup, yeah.
It's
Peruvian
frozen.
soup.
I'm gonna have to scoop it out.
Well, we can probably set it out now.
Right, set it out.
Here
Okay.
in Latitude.
You have
It'll
at
be
least
for
you at least
tonight.
have 2 of those, but yeah.
It'll be
All right.
for tonight.
All right. I'll take care of that.
How you been doing so far?
Good, good. The weather's great. Great runners out there. Great conversation.
Yeah,
Good
you have time to talk?
Yeah, it's plenty of time to talk.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's got a story, right? About how they got here and where they come from. So it's fun.
What is the best story you've heard so far?
I was talking to a Ukrainian gentleman that lives in Vancouver that ran and qualified for Team Canada. So interesting, right? So
That's
good.
what running is about? Meeting people?
Meeting people, suffering with them, but having a good time while you're doing it.
Good. Can I ask you your name, where you're from, and a little message for our viewers?
Sure, my name's Keith Van Graafland. I'm from Ashland, Virginia, and from the U.S. And I'm 42 years old, and I'd like to say hi to my family, my wife Kate, my daughters Veda and Neve. Thanks for supporting me through this.
What is the objective for you on this race?
To run as long as I can. I hope to be a top contender at the end of the day. More than 300 miles. So, thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck for you.
Thank you, sir. Where are you from?
France?
Yeah, okay.
France? Very good.
All good?
It's gonna piss me off to find that piece of trash.
How's it going? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, everything's great with me. You were stressed out earlier. Yeah. How long did one of those cameras out here last for? Oh, you're good. What's your guess? No way. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. 60 hours. You got one of these?
Super excited.
Yeah?
Yep. I was super excited, now I'm getting more and more tired, so it's hurting more and more. But yeah, it's an honor to be here.
You running here?
Yeah. It's like the only race where the race director is the biggest superstar. The runners are like secondary.
Hey.
Sakte. Å ja, veldig snart. Ja, hei.
And hey, don't throw fucking trash on the ground. I'm too old to bend over and pick it up. 15. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1.
¿Cómo va todo con ellos? Bien. Tranquilo. ¿Qué están haciendo cuando estás en su hotel? ¿Como comiendo, durmiendo? No, ellos.
Ah, ya. Tomando agua.
¿Solo? ¿A ese momento?
Descansando y con mi hermano
Way okay, por todo, ¿no? Way okay. Por Facebook. Way okay. Sí, claro. Y más relajado también con eso, ¿no? Y el tiempo ahorita, ¿no? Así súper.
Ah, you were sitting there last time. That's what I'm Marty. I saw that. Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Eso es, platino como eso. Bueno, pienso que yo necesitaría ir a más, ¿no? Es como plátano muy grande como. Y nada de comida caliente como. Ok. ¿De qué? ¿De como pollo? Pechuga de pollo. Güey, ok, asada. Hacha. Güey, eres muy ocupada con todo eso, ¿no? Sí, claro, como un trabajo muy full. Muy lleno. Eso es. Qué linda señora. ¿Cómo? Sí, claro. Y él sentía bien porque había un poco de espacio en vuelta antes, ¿no? Sí, más despacio un poquito, ¿no?
Ajá, sí.
Sí, sí.
Pero ahorita ya. Es que como no conocía la casa, con todo el montón.
Güey, ok.
Sí, se da más todo. Y ahorita pues ya me dio todo.
Sí, porque tenemos que mantener como 5 días, 4 días como esto. Güey.
Sí va a durar 5, unas 125 vueltas, ¿cómo no?
A 25. ¿Qué dice?
Vamos a durar más o menos 125 vueltas.
125. Piensa que sí. Güey. Ojalá.
Sí.
Sí, claro.
Por eso ahorita lo vamos a estar echando.
Un hombre me dice eso porque dice que, ese nivel de corredor, todos son juntos, así que ellos vamos a luchar con ellos. No puedo decir eso, pero me entienden, ¿no?
Sí, sí.
Yo escuché como 135, pero pensé, no puedes decir eso, ¿no? Pero eso es que quieres decir, ¿no? Ay, güey. Disculpa, sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, yo vivía en un barrio mexicano cuando yo era más joven, todos mis amigos se usan esa palabra, cada palabra, así que decimos vocabulario.
Ah, como le dice lo...
Yo no, pero yo salí en Chicago, en una afuera tan mexicana. Toda la gente viene de Jalisco hasta eso con eso. Sí. Especialmente esa palabra, ¿no? Casi siempre, pero tengo que cambiar porque a veces tengo que hacer la entrevista en español y yo digo eso y había problema, ¿no?
Entendemos.
Pues el hombre de Lapia, el evento pasado, fue el récord del más rápido vuelta de ese torneo. Como 31 minutos, cualquier cosa. Boca cerrada y... Ay, Dios.
Harvey. Scott. What's up, bud? Good job. Done. Let's go, Tracy. Yeah.
My name is Tembingosi Sojola, of course from South Africa. I am the current South African backyard winner on the SHMs that we had last year. And I come from the southeast side of South Africa, in a small village called Hamburg. And at the moment, my best backyard results is 37 laps. That was held in Delta Backyard, where the only backyard that I didn't win. It happened to be my best. The first one that I did, and I won it in 25 hours. So the next one, I won it in 27. So it kept going up and up. So it was quite good for me. It shows that my body was getting used to to the backyard long hours and long laps that we do. If you remember during the lockdown, a lot of races were cancelled, so I didn't have any competitions or any races to enter. Surprisingly, I saw this backyard advert from Backyard SA series. The race organizer there is Sean. So he normally do a series of 5 backyards, and the overall winner or the guy with the most laps, that's where you win. It's either you win the laps or you win the overall prize of the backyards that you won. So I saw this advert on Facebook and I was like, if this is the only race that is available during the lockdown, so might as well try my luck and go and see what I can do, because it's just an interesting format, very different to road running, because at first I started doing road running. So yeah, I mean, to cut the long story short, we went there in Devon with my friend Tammy, and I won. So from there, I never looked back. I quite enjoyed it, and I feel like it's the format that expresses that I can express myself better on it. Firstly, backyard tests your character and the way you are, and how it's like life events when you go the distance, when you go through the nights and compete with the top guys. So you go through these moments where you feel very low and you feel down and you feel tired and you want to quit. But if you've got that thing in you that keeps you going and you're like, I'm just going to go one more lap and see what's going to happen. So it brings the best to me in that way, because I like testing myself and see how or what is my body capable of doing. I like to challenge myself more and more. And I've got friends that I run with here, very strong trail runners that likes to do these mountain expeditions, and I would join them now and then, because I just like to test myself and see what is my body really capable of doing. Can I push through? Can I finish the challenge that you are doing? Can I do more? So for me, backyard gives me that those vibes, and I like it. I didn't know anything about backyard, but after my first backyard that I won in Devon, started doing some research and just to see and understand what is this backyard thing, where is it coming from, and what can I do in this format. So then when I saw the race organizer last, and I was like, I want to meet this guy. So from there, then it started building up, and till this day. If I say to you I have a routine, I'll be lying. What I try to do though is spending more hours outdoors, and trying to, because backyard, you definitely gonna be out there for a very long time. I mean, if you see what the Australian did and the New Zealander, I mean, that was quite a long time. So I just try and back up my body, just doing these longest expedition mountains, and just try to do really hard stuff, and be out there on the trails for very long hours, more often, so that my body can get used to keep grinding these long hours. I won't really say I have a strategy, but I'll try to find, because courses differ. Other courses, they have more elevation, other courses are flat. But I just like to give myself that enough time to be where the race starts and finish, and be able to eat, maybe take a nap or go to the loo. So I just like to give myself enough time to be there and do whatever I want to do, and then go back at it again. I'm really excited about it. I mean, after my first backyard, that was my dream, to come and run in Tennessee. So finally, when it's happening, I mean, the excitement is building up, man. Like, I just can't wait to be there. Finally meeting my idol, Lars, and just being there with the runners. I mean, whatever happens on the weekend or during that week, it's a bonus for me. I mean, just being there and seeing all the strong runners. I mean, we've got quite a strong field. I mean, that's all I want. If I win or if I go 60 hours or how many hours, for me, it's really not in my mind now. This time around, it's going to be, I think it can go beyond the record, because, I mean, it's a growing format and people have figured out some strategies, and also they're also getting stronger and getting more wiser how to deal with it. But I see this one being going beyond the record.
I'm Merijn Geert. I'm from Belgium, near Leuven, which is a student city with a known university. Well, my best backyard performance is 101 loops, together with Evo last year at the virtual team championship. I started ultra running in 2018. And somewhere in 2018 or 19, I got to know, I found this backyard format on the internet, and I followed, I followed Bigs 2019, where Maggie Guttel won. I think I also already saw the one the year before, and well, it was really something unreachable for me at that time. It seemed like something I already actually had done a backyard over here in Belgium, but to be at Bigs one day seemed something that wasn't possible for me. But it was very inspiring to watch them. So I I did dream a little bit of running at Bigs in Tennessee one day, and then because of the COVID 2020 edition, yeah, it became a real possibility. For me, it was my first real ultra distance, or maybe 1 month before. This was in June 2018. 1 month before, I did my first backyard race. I ran a 50K trail race, which was my longest distance, and then I stumbled across this format of a backyard type race in Belgium, which is called Another One Bites the Dust. It hasn't got the official distance, so it's not an official backyard, but it has the same set of rules. And I did I think 30 hours and 189 kilometers, something like that. To my own surprise and everybody who was there. So that's when I found out that this format suited me, and I started to like doing these big distances, like 100 miles and more. I did trail races after that. But the backyard format seems to be a little bit of my my comfort zone, you could call it. It's very easy to take good care of yourself because you're at the start every hour. You can make sure you have everything you need every hour, and it's also another aspect. It's a very social thing to do. You're there, whether you're the fastest or one of the faster or maybe the slower runners. You're there at the start line every hour with the same people. And instead of in another race, usually you see the same 5 or 10 people, and the ones that are faster than you, they're gone, and the ones that are slower, they're gone too. So this is a special format. In 2019, I think the record was 68 hours. Maggie Gutterl didn't take up to 60, but the record was 68. And for me, at that time, I was capable of doing something like 30. It seemed, it also seemed like a crazy amount of loops to run to go over 50 or 60. And then we had the virtual first virtual championship in 2020, where I came with the idea, or maybe I should tell something else about that. It was actually a few weeks before the race in 2020. Maggie Gutterl She said in an interview that I read somewhere that she thought that 100 was possible, and she dreamed of reaching this. So I don't know her at all, it's just from seeing her run at peaks but this reading this, someone said 100 must be possible. It's like it opened a door in my head, because I was still thinking things like, I've done 35 now. I know if everything goes well, I can probably do 40 or 50, and maybe, who knows, a little more. But I was never really open to the idea of don't have any limits in my head. And when I read this, I said to myself, okay, if that's what we're talking about, I'm going to go to the start line in 2020 with no goal, just see what happens, and take care of myself as good as possible, and but don't have any real goal or any limit. And at the time it was with I turned out to be amongst the last two, together with Karel Sabbe, who you know from Barkley marathons and big fastest known times in the United States. And he won with 75 hours, and I was the assist with 74. So I didn't think it was possible before the start, but we did break the 68 and then go over the 70. In the years after, I changed a few things in the way I took care of myself, some details. I think my body got more adapted also to ultra running. And in 2022 in Rettert, we broke the. Meanwhile, the 75 was broken a few times by the British guys, John Stocker, and I forgot the other one's name. And then also Harvey Lewis went further. And then I broke it again in Germany at the race of Alex Hall. And I went to 90, and Keith, the Irish guy, was the assist there. But I knew then, I felt I could have gone to 100. Wasn't easy, but I knew 100 was possible. That's the moment I knew if I could have done 100. Of course, you don't know. When I did the 101 with Evo, you don't know in advance if you will be capable of doing it again, and if there will be anybody that goes with you. I think, for example, Phil Gore, the Australian, he could have gone, if he was Belgian, he would have been there with us, or if one of us was an Australian, we would have been there. So you need a little luck. We knew we were going to go to 100 several hours before, so it's not like you do a sprint and then it's gone in seconds, and then you know if you broke a record or not. You know you're gonna break it for hours, but so we never thought it was gonna be that special. But having all the people there cheering for us was very special. So I think that's what made it the most special. Of course, sometimes your mind starts playing some tricks with you, and it's not always easy to stay nice and friendly to everyone, like to your crew, the whole time, which is something you should realize, and you should be grateful that they endure also your bad moods, maybe, if there are any. But I don't hallucinate that much. I think we've joked about it. It might be because I don't have enough imagination or something. But I consider that one of my strengths, that I can always be analytical, and even when it's difficult sleep-wise, I realize when I'm in trouble and I need sleep, and sleep deprivation is getting worse, I'm still realizing that this is my problem and I should try to do something about it. I've had some kind of a hallucination-like experience in in a long trail race, but not so much in a backyard. I think food, the good nutrition is very important, but this is a very simple thing to say, and then you can do lots of things wrong, nutrition wise. So for me, I don't think it's special. I think lots of the good runners do it more or less like this, but I eat like a breakfast, a lunch, a dinner, and then something in the middle of the night. So I try to have some big meals, normal meals, if possible, and not to eat every hour. Maybe just a little bit, but if you're gonna be 3 or 4 days 24/7 busy, and you want your stomach to work every hour all the time, I believe there's going to be a point where it stops. So you have to find a balance between eating well, eating enough, and also giving your stomach a little bit of rest and still have enough energy. So that's a balance you have to find. I think everybody might do it a little bit different, but there's I think you're not gonna do it on like only gels or only sports nutrition. You need some good, normal, healthy food in you. I'm very excited about it, and just, well, of course, if you're there, you don't want to go out soon, or you want to. I want to repeat what I've done before. If that makes me the winner or the one that goes the furthest, I don't know. We'll see. But I want to, how do you say, confirm my previous prestations, what I did before. So I'm a little bit, maybe a little bit nervous about the trail loop at Bigs, because it'll be just a little bit tougher than what I'm used to in a backyard. So we'll see how it goes, but I'll be curious to see how hard it is exactly, and to see if I can manage it without too many effort. Because if the effort you have to give to get round is just a little bit too high, then you're not gonna. I'll last some time, but that won't be ideal in the end. I think the first backyard was in 2011 or something like that. It only exists for 12 years, this sport. So it must be, if you wonder what's possible, it's impossible that we've reached the maximum after 12 years. So I suppose it can go much further. Will it go much further just now, or it might take a few years? Maybe we break it now with a few loops, and we've used the hashtag breaking 1,000, which is 1,000 kilometers, or breaking 150, which would be 150 hours. I think I've heard other runners speak about this. But will it be possible to do it soon? I think we'll get to 150. Maybe I won't, but and maybe it will be rather soon. Maybe it will take some time, but it must be possible to do 150.
Yeah, we can do almost. But I live like 5 kilometers from the office.
back in the back.
Yeah. Fabien is there. Ouais, ouais, tout est bien branché et allumé normalement.
General!
need anything.
That's an attack.
Shouldn't you? Wouldn't be good if it wasn't fine now.
What do you think of the track?
I was a bit afraid of it, but it's so far it's okay. I'm sure it's gonna be difficult because you have to lift your feet higher than when it's a smooth surface. But it doesn't feel like there's much elevation. There is, if I look at my watch, there is, but it doesn't feel like it so far.
There's a lot of people running at the same time. Is that something that can bother? That can?
No, we get spread out enough. That's no problem.
So what is going to be important in the next hours?
Just keep calm and keep doing the right thing. Eating well, drinking well, pace yourself.
Can I just ask you your name, your country, and if you have a message for the viewers?
I'm Merijn from Belgium, and thanks for watching, and enjoy, hopefully for a few days to come.
Days and nights?
Yes.
A week?
Well, I might have to postpone my flight in that case, but why not?
What is your objective?
Just be one of the last ones and then see what happens. There's no number to put to it. That's not possible.
Okay.
Jo. Ik dacht dat ik moest, maar dat is zo. Hoe dat ik moest. Maar nu weer even meer, misschien volgende ronde weer. Ja.
Wat is spontaan komen? Ik zal wel.
Het is straks al best gelegen drinken.
Nee, zo weer.
Ik zal de restaurant drinken.
Ja, hoor. 200. Aha.
Ik moet die een drank pakken.
Spontaan?
Nee, dat
ja.
Een sportdrank, maar die nu staken.
Ja, ik wou dat je ook niet
Nee, ik zal hem doen op internet. Het is beter zo.
All good here?
Awesome. Everything's perfect.
Ah, you remember that? Yes. Took him out.
What I thought, like on paper, the elevation looked like not terrifying, but concerning. And at least for the first day, it's okay. If you see that on Wednesday or something, it might be harder.
Can I ask your name, your country, and if you have a message for our viewers?
Christian Mauduit from France.
What do you have to tell to people of the world watching you now?
Try it. It's a wonderful game. Lots of fun. People come from, anywhere in the world just to enjoy the pleasure of doing one loop, then one loop, then one loop, then one loop. Rinse, repeat.
Until when?
One loop. One more loop.
Thank you very much.
We meet together at the same place.
Yes.
Alright, Dan. Good job, Dan. Good job, Jennifer. Kevin. Good.
Taking it or not?
No.
Taking it? Do you want sunscreen too?
Huh?
You want sunscreen?
Sure. I'll spray it a little bit. Just looks like I want my own sun. It looks like it is.
All right, Harvey.
Thank you.
I moved your chair back.
Para Leónides y Reyes Atebo.
Así se tiene que comer entre 2 vueltas.
No más dentro de las 6 vueltas. Son las 6
¿Cada 6 vueltas comen, dices?
Sí.
¿Cómo se sienten hasta ahora?
Bien, bien, bien.
Where is he? Oh, right here.
Está la ruta técnica, tiene muchos giros y hay que cuidar la pisada en esas vueltas. Vamos a tener cuidado. Porque desde la vuelta 1 nos empezó a doler las rodillas.
Pero ustedes están acostumbrados a correr así, con bajas y subidas y así en montaña, digamos.
Sí, ¿verdad que sí corres así? Sí, pero aquí hay mucho giro, ¿no? Sí, hay mucho giro. Hay mucho giro. Normalmente es bajar, bajar, bajar y después subir. Pero ahorita tiene mucho giro. Es lo que tiene.
Va a ser más plano de noche.
Ja, sí. Va a ser plano de noche, Reyes. ¿Cómo ves?
Out on course at Deadpool. So last event we actually put out bins. Every 2K we put out a bin on course.
Because otherwise it
They're just chucking energy gels all over the place.
Oh, those are the worst. I would, if I can okay, there you go. And so individual packets of things. They are just they're sticky. Good. So runners aren't going to put them in, other people. So just point it so people can walk and see it. You seldom have to employ it.
How do you do that to children? They can still do some they need, but then they know of it.
You better not trip! You better not fall! Life will never hear your call! Woo!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
E buon ultimo.
I was like, speaking of tripping and falling.
There is one in San Fran. I looked for one and it was like discontinued or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I know I've seen people put up Facebook photos before with
آفرین نیما آقا پهلوان
Thanks, Marty.
All good?
Ah non, il faut être bon.
I think. Yeah, okay. I think that the last minute.
And I love it.
Servus, Grüß Gott und Hallo. I'm the Austrian participants Angelika Huematov for the World Championship in Tennessee. I live in Austria. Don't take Austria for Australia. We have Capricorns and mammoths, and Australia have kangaroos and wombats. We have also lakes and mountains. And I'm 43 years old and I live in Vienna. After Corona, we have no races or only virtual races, and Andreas Sixt and Norbert Lichtenegger organized the first backyard in Austria in Frankenmark 2021. And this is the reason why the backyard format touched Austria. I tried this, ran with 200 other participants, ran and won the first backyard edition with 32 yards. So altogether was great. The staff was great, the organization team, the atmosphere, the team spirit, and each runners was alone but also together, and until the end it was a great family, round after round, and we are talking but also being silent, and for so a long time we told histories from adventures, whatever. And this experience was new for me. It was also a real chance for me as a woman to win with a good strategy. to go beyond my borders, it wasn't new because I'm ultra distance runner for 200 kilometers or also for 24 hours races, also etap races with 21 or 22 days or 7 days. But at this moment, at these races, I turned off the line, and yes, it was really great for the first time. I have no athletic background, no great personal best marathons. My best marathon time was 3 hours and 10 minutes, and also I don't like short distances. I began my running time, a really running time, was just slow with dog running to remain fit. In between organizing my family business, 3 children's, a good job and a daily routine, and it was 10 minutes one way and back with my old dog, and in the winter time to get warm. I'm working at the other background is not an athletic background, is a professional background. I'm working as a physiotherapist with athletes and with badly mentally disabled people. And these people have to do a real ultra race each day to get over insuperable barriers every day. The mindset of these people is my ultra background. Yes, it's to achieve impossible things and to give this strategy professionally to other people, and this is important for me. My competition highlights. That was in 2021, the overall victory in the race across Germany with 1,330 kilometers in 20 days. Yes. And the next year, the victors in the Transalpine race with 16,000 altitude differences and 400 kilometers in the senior master mix with my husband. But yes, I think every competition is a highlight, the atmosphere and the feeling, and yes, it's mine. How I qualify for the big dogs. It was the victory in 2022 at the Backyard Satellite World Championships in Seekirchen-Wallersee. I got my golden coin, and I'm proud of it. And with 36 yards. In this race, from this moment on, I was part of the Backyard family worldwide, and is absolutely great. In this race, the last yard was in the dark and no civilization, and strange for me the first time. And most of the time I was running alone in the dark because my assistant Markus Schieder was always a bit faster than me, but yes, but he was on the road. It was no strange mindset, but in the last round I realized that I was really alone and no one would overtake me, and then I was so scared and heard everywhere strange noises and at this time, I run my best yard in this race. And in German, in Austria, we told about the second lung. It was really, really great at the moment. The strategic approach from the very beginning, the control of body and feelings, the coolness, the courage, the patience, the mental strength, and to let your thoughts wander, and to be totally myself. This attracts this format for me. And also normally at competitions, I can eat anything. My nutrition is a liquid nutrition, a normal thing, but at this format I can eat, and it's a highlight to eat. Most difficult, yes, it's to face the fatigue and to win against fear and doubts. That's really, yes, difficult for me. I will tell you about the Women Power in Retard, organized by Alex Hall, and he managed to get together as many women as never before in a backyard form and in a format, and from all over the world, from Israel, Hungary, Ukraine, France, Canada, Germany, Ireland, and Austria. And we have one goal, the last woman standing. But it is all together, but also alone, and the woman support in Red Dead for the winner von Antonio Di Mano, cooked for all, and there was a great pasta party in Red Dead, and yes, and also the Finnish Mexicans took care of the Japanese runners. He had no support at the whole race, and it was so amazing because the Mexicans supported him, and I really enjoyed to be part of this great family there. Yes, it was really great. My goal and how far do you think I can go? Okay. I have great respect to run with all these runners legends, and with one great goal to be the last. It means for me to learn, to watch, to observe, to absorb each moment of the World Championship and to enjoy. And my goal is to break records, my personal best, of course. And how far I think it can go, endless. Okay. Yes, the time is over, and I think I thank you for your mindset and to be part of my video.
私は前田明宏です。33歳。日本の広島に住んでます。はい。自己ベストは67ヤードで、過去3回バックヤードには出場してます。これがドイツで行われたバックヤードマスターズでの記録です。日本で放送されているポッドキャストの番組で100マイルス100タイムズという番組があるんですが、その番組内でこのバックヤードルーターが触れられてまして、それに興味をそそられて、走るようになりました。もともとこの番組がきっかけでトレイルランニング、ルート
So I'm from Sweden, right. But I live in Switzerland. Il n'y a pas de fil électrique qui arrive, donc je pense qu'ils n'ont pas l'électricité. On doit faire moins 10 heures. Berliner Lied.
Mientras te mueves en alturas hasta 5000 irás bien, ¿no?
I listen to your podcast.
Faut tenter Amanda. Vas-y everything, Amanda?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is the objective this weekend?
I don't know. Go with the flow. See how things happen.
I set up a chair right there in the shade if you want to sit there. It's warm right here. Okay. You're okay? Okay. What can I get you? I don't know. I'll see.
Frozen it, so we've tried to send
I was like, I think I need to buy like 3 times as many as I need.
So yeah, that's...
We didn't even bring them. Yeah. Always bring
No, but I think that's all. My biggest thing is the passport. I think I found that passport.
Je vais faire le marocain.
Ja, zoals ze biedt. Ik zal de Gerald sturen.
Ya ya no vendrán hasta mañana, porque no le haces aquí. Sí, sí, es mi cuñado. Sí, yo sé. Estaré aquí 2 días y allá bien, Mario.
Get those groups.
Italianos y españoles hablamos.
Hablo español como una vaca francesa.
La muñera de lo otro.
Sí, yo sé.
Pero de Roma. Ah, no, de Roma, de Milano. De Italia. Tú eres de Roma. La capital. La capital. No, la capital no. ¿Dónde están? Eso sido de Nápoles. Todo la ciudad loca por todo. Toda vez se come.
Bueno, nosotros con Messi también tenemos ilusión. Aunque no lo tengamos ya.
El Inter, seguro. Tiene mucha diferencia con el Milán, ¿eh? Por favor, no vamos a... ¿eh? Tiene mucha diferencia. También el comenzaba yo. El año anterior, mira, estaba en Nápoles, stavo al ristorante per strada, c'era Napoli quedó campeón el año anterior del Pacífico. Y ahí, hoy ganó 3-1. Al lado,
No trolls, just trod.
I interview Fab.
Sure.
Can I ask you your name, where you come from?
Yeah, Scott from New Jersey.
How have you been feeling so far?
So far I feel pretty good. Yeah, trail's pretty nice. So got great weather. So yeah, things are good.
Gonna start to become hot now?
I don't think so. I mean, it's warming up a little, but it's still comfortable. I mean, it's not getting
What a shot.
not uncomfortably hot.
What is the biggest challenge on this track?
For me, I think it's the elevation. All the elevation is probably the hardest part for me. But because I run mostly flat stuff at home, not a whole lot of elevation, so I gotta kind of go out of my way to train for any kind of elevation change. So that's probably the toughest part of this course for me until the nights start coming in. Then it's the sleep deprivation probably.
What is your objective on this race?
My goal is to just go as far as possible. So see how long it can last, how many days.
How do you define the backyard in a couple of words?
Test of endurance. I guess that's probably the shortest definition I could give. Test of endurance, a mental challenge, something along those lines.
Thank you very much.
I've already forgotten.
I haven't. I'm watching. 10 seconds.
They're like a 4x6 or 4x8 space.
3 seconds.
I wonder how Jennifer's doing on the trail this year. Her time's pretty solid.
Yes.
I figured she would prepare for it because that's how she is. Each obstacle she prepares for.
I was just looking for the last lap.
She wanted to be here, and here she is.
52 minutes and 50.
Je vais passer interview avec Claire.
Take those chips with you?
Oh, I didn't even see him there. Nice, thank you, Marty.
You smash them up, take them with you if you want.
I just needed a couple handfuls before I
Save the
go.
bag. Save the bag if you think that. What were you going to tell me? I interrupted you.
Hey, Mark, you think you could soak one of those the ice pack things?
Okay. A neck?
One of the neck, yeah, one of the neck ones.
Just soak it? No
Yeah,
ice
just
in
in the
it.
cooler.
No ice in it. Just soak it.
Yeah. For the next lap.
Is it okay if I wait and talk?
I mean, it's just kind of like. So most of those for littles. We have to see if it's full. 3 seconds.
Same guy is walking by.
Yeah, I'm all great, Paul. Yeah.
Oh, same here. That's definitely the best time for us. And then if I have it there. Yeah, I've done less races too. Now you're going to
Go Canada! Woo! Woo! Nice work, everyone.
Go, Kevin.
Thanks.
Nice work.
Straks nog eens koepeltjes zalf.
Non tiene tante volte il papu perché è sempre fatto così.
Ah, certo, certo. Io ho fatto tutto così. Io che non ce l'ho lì. Mi fece un esempio di un cartone animato, non mi ricordo se era Aldi, qualche cosa.
Oh yeah? Where are you crewing from?
During the COVID. So, I was going so good. Ran a 50k race. Consequence.
This one's been a bit of a headache because I'm holding. It was 20,000.
My name is Roman Pakbier. I'm from the Netherlands, Roosendaal. That's in the southwest of Netherlands. I'm 51 years old, and my personal best is 41 yards. I did some 24-hour races, and I thought they were pretty hard. You have to keep running constantly, and the format of the backyard seemed to be pretty easy. You have to stop every hour, only 7K every hour. But how less did I know? Because it is easy in the beginning, but it gets very hard at the end. Yeah, but that was my idea. So skip the 24 and try some backyard. Yeah, I don't know if I really like it. It's like I said, it is hard. It starts easy, but as it progresses and as you get tired, it slowly kills you. It's a tough one, the backyard. Yeah, I only did two backyards, so I have not much experience. But yeah, I don't know if I like it that much. The most difficult is, of course, there's no ending. You have no finish line. You start and you don't know where to end. In a normal race, you know when it gets hard, you only have to do 50 or 70K. I don't know what, but you have something in you have a finish line in ahead of you, and in the backyard you don't know where it ends. You look at your contenders; they all seem very fresh. Everybody pretends to be fresh, and so that's the hard part. You don't know when it ends. Yeah, that's the most difficult part. I don't specially train for the backyard. Um, I I train every day. I train every morning. Let's say I take the dog for a walk, for a run. So we run about 10K every morning with my dog. That's my training. I don't do much of long runs. I have some problems with my lower back and my hips, and when I do a long run, then I have to do I have to do rest days afterwards. So for me, it's important to be consistent, to just run every day, not too much, and that's how I do most of my trainings. I did a couple of 20Ks in preparation for this, and last weekend I did a 35K, so that was my longest run. Yeah, that's how I usually train. Yeah, I think I will do it very slowly. In my first backyard, I did too fast. I came in about 43 minutes, and then I sat there in my chair for 20 minutes, and I had to start again. That didn't work for me. So the second backyard I did very slowly. I was probably every round the last man coming in, but I like that. So 50 minutes, 54 minutes, 5 minutes to eat, and if it lasts longer during the night, maybe some faster loops to try to get some sleep in. Yeah, but I think I tried the slow pace. Yeah. I did the World Championships last year. Obviously, I won the Dutch series, so that was my invitation. Yeah, you know, when you get invited to come to bigs, yeah, you just do it. I think. Yeah, it's one chance you get, so you don't say no. I think. Well, I'm excited. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But I'm also afraid what's gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah. I think I have never been so excited for a race before like this. Yeah. It's a lot on my mind. Yeah. I keep thinking about it, but yeah, we will see what happens. I think they will take it farther than now, but there will be a limit. The limit is because you have to take some sleep in, and then the sleep will make the boundaries of the format. I think you just can that you have to sleep sometimes, and that you can keep running for yeah, I don't know, maybe 5 days is the limit, 6 days maybe. But then you get sleep deprivation, and yeah, then it stops once. Yeah.
Yeah. Ross actually swam around the UK. Yeah. To record us. And what's the problem?
Like in
Yeah, yeah.
Harvey Lewis. I'm 47 years young, from Cincinnati, Ohio, and USA. And my personal best in the backyard was this summer. I ran for 90 hours or 90 yards. It was 390 miles. Fact check. I actually did something creative. I made a vote amongst the people that follow me on social media. So I had 4 options, and they all seemed very intriguing to me. But Big's backyard ended up winning overall, like by a landslide. And this was back in, I think I did that back in like 2016. I did the vote, and I ran Big's in 2017 in that October. And so it's been incredible to see the evolution of the race. When I ran that first year, it was, there was maybe a dozen people who were like really trying to go all out and run the whole like length of the race. But there were a lot of people coming out just to run like their first half marathon or their first marathon or their first 50K. And so it's really amazing to see how that has evolved. And there were parts of that first race which I absolutely loved. Like it was much more laid back. And I also love aspects of the race now where it's just so incredibly competitive and like how far we're able to push ourselves. So in how many of these races are there around the world? There's over 400 now. It's incredible. I really like this strategy. So when I was a kid, I used to like playing video games and like the Legends of Zelda. I like to like play board game. I like to play Risk. This is like a board game with your body. So it's like you're the piece, and it's like it involves physicality, but it has incredible amount to do with your level of like your level of strategy, and also your level of like willingness to just go to the ends of the world. So that combination is particularly magical, and I really love the camaraderie amongst the other runners. I love the pushing of our bodies to like places many of us haven't experienced before. I love all the amounts of food I can eat I can't eat that much across any other part of the whole year. So I get to eat more food than I ever want to. I love it. It's like a constant buffet. And I have an amazing, crew chief. My crew was Judd Poindexter. He and I don't get to spend that kind of quality time together most of the year. So it's nice to actually have that time. And it's also a time to like kind of get into different modes of the mind. So I can like be in a meditative point of mind with the stars out or seeing the moon waning. Or I could get into like a sort of like a heavy metal concert where we're just like going all out, like, and it's beyond 300 miles, and you're like thinking, wow, this is incredible, this is possible. So it has a lot of different like things that pull me to this race. And no, there's not anything really too particularly challenging because whatever is a challenge, you must turn it upside down, and it must become an advantage, or it must become something that you if you don't like the cold rain, then you have to put yourself in the cold rain, and you have to love the cold rain. So whatever it is that you think you might not like, you have to turn your mind around so that you actually love it, and then you go after it. Honestly, I'm just grateful to be here. Like a lot of runners, maybe don't get the chance to come back at something multiple times. And like, so I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to participate. I put my mind in the right position, like just do my very 100% best effort. And, so just gratitude, and just aiming for the stars. So that's really where I could say it's impressive to see how we've grown. So I mean, I can remember like doing that first year in 2017, and we had myself and the French runner. We ended up making it like an extra day almost beyond everyone else. And I remember like 2.5 days into it, just thinking, oh my God, is this going to go to 300 miles? I got to get back to work eventually, this and that. So now my mind, yeah, I've learned a lot and my mind has changed. And yeah, I understand like that there's much more like area that, you know, that we can cover. So I don't really have any like, want to put any caps on what's possible for everybody. And it just is a neat, it's a really special sport because you can see how far we can push each other. And I mean, in this year alone, there's been more people have run 100 miles in under 24 hours in backyard format races than any other 100-mile races across the world combined. So that's a remarkable feat. And it's just very interesting that Laz dreamed this all up when he was in high school. You know, he was really had a curious mind and thinking about, you know, well, yeah, I'm not maybe the fastest sprinter or the fastest miler, but I can go a long time and I can take a lot of beating. So what if we did this race where you just ran 4.167 miles every hour and it'd end up being 100 miles over 24 hours and just keep on going? So yeah, there's different dimensions that push on the human body and psyche. And so it's finding the correct strategies to maneuver those and also working the mind and the body to be able to be stronger and able to go further than ever before. The course is tougher than the average course. And like, I know when we have the world championship of teams, I always say to lads, you know, it's kind of a little definitely a disadvantage when you compare us to like other countries that have like a flatter course or like no like technical course. You know, Laz says, well, we just have to be better. You have to be better than the American team. But so I love having everyone competing on a level playing field. Like for me last year, I think psychologically that got into my head a bit, and it kind of like made it difficult, even though we were collaborating as a team of 15. You know, my ultimate goal was to get the team to number one, which we did. But individually, it was difficult for me to compete with the other individuals in other places in the world because it wasn't like a level playing field and having us all on the same course. So it's a more difficult course in terms of like the routes and turns and step ups and like rocks and things like that you have to navigate around than the typical course out there. But it'll be interesting to see how everyone enjoys bigs and, you know, coming from different environments. It'll be a lot of fun to have us all on the same course. I can't really give away my strategy. It's top secret, but you guys will have to watch it play out. I plan to be there, you know, through the duration. So it'll be, yeah, I have some new maneuvers I plan to implement. I feel I'm coming in still as a bit of an underdog because, you know, I was in Australia at the Masters this summer and I finished third there to Sam Harvey and Phil Gore. And I feel like it was also a great race because, you know, when you get knocked down, it's good to get knocked down and like it forces you to adapt and grow. And so I like that. So this is one of the special things about our sport, but it's going to be an incredible battle. There's so many forces colliding and so many, I think probably everyone wants to be the last person standing. So it's pretty remarkable. We've never seen any event quite like this ever.
ça me dit batterie épuisée. Comment? J'ai pas entendu.
What's up? Alright? Hey, good.
Bah ouais, mais le secteur il a pas l'air de fonctionner, je comprends pas. Je fais cette position avec ma cam et puis on verra.
She's comfortable. I mean, if it's empty, sit in the spot. Yeah, oh, that's fine. Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Now you out. So yeah, I mean, you can move.
Hej, vinka till publiken! Går du dit?
Jag ska dit.
Så kommer han med dig.
Zach. Which is funny because he's,
differenza perché se vuoi bene una persona e sai quello che sta facendo sta cosa qui, non è sta a fare la maratona. Me ne frega.
Guys.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. It's okay.
Is that alright? Do you want me on your... No worries.
Cattle fry. Makes a good walking stick. Is it really? Yeah.
Tutto bene, Teo? Senti, ma il cappello non ce l'hai? C'hai...
Are you a little close to the perimeter here? Marty.
I'm gonna go back to the trend.
No.
Ya ponemos, ya
are you, Harvey?
Good to see you. I'll take more ice in this, Randy, too.
How do you feel?
Dynamite. Dynamite.
You're in your own backyard here.
Yeah, it's very nice. Yes. Nice little chill out session here. It's beautiful.
Your sensations are good?
Yeah. We'll yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. It's a nice massage on the nice trail, nice moving. It's like massage to the body. And I got the nice avocado wrap here. This is, wow. Man, Randy, that is very good.
Thank
Very
you,
good.
Harvey.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, that.